Ayo. Ah. Not the 11. The 12. Oh, well, hello there, Sarah. Isn't there a quote like that? No, apparently not. Nope. I misremembered. Pretty normal. Doing well. I have recovered from my 16 hours of sleep yesterday. By only sleeping... How long did I sleep? I slept from 3 to 8, I want to say. Then I napped in the evening. So I got my overall 7-ish hours of sleep. Alive. 5 shots every time. One more. Five. Only no, it's also 5. What the hell? Hello, Chubaloo. I think I'm on 5 5s in a row. I ruined it there. B2 is a little bit too adventurous. Thank you. One more 5, and I'll be good. Most of the practice kills were decent one cycles. Not like this one. So I'm hoping for the best today. But I also don't really mind losing a second on Tatonga. I kind of do. But there are worse things. I want to try something today, as in actively working against my concentration hole that I always fall into after like 2 hours. So 1.5 hours into attempts, I'm gonna have a meal in the middle of my team. Just a tiny bit. I want to see if that plays a role. It's just so consistent that I feel it does have something to do with my metabolism. But then usually I also get naturally out of it after a while. Apparently. Which also does make some amount of sense. Like if you wanna like attest that to maybe some primal senses, that then your senses get heightened again because you're supposed to go out hunting for food when you're really hungry or out of energy. But maybe it's just general brain fatigue. Maybe that's all I have. I could also just get one of these early runs through to the end, and then the decline wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't that be smart? Now I just need my input display, as in I want to see it. Here it is. And local recording, go. Audio is fixed. YouTube stream is running. Chats are open. Good luck to you as well. Seems like I will need some time to adjust my eyes. Things are blurry today. It's not the strat. I mean, it kind of is, but a tiny bit slower. Quite a bit slower. Oh boy. It's actually a surprising outcome that that grab is so slow. It's pretty much the old grab, just not with waiting right. Hello, Mike. Yeah. I wonder if I could still do the old mushroom grab if I tried. I would probably struggle. YouTube is usually slow to catch up. And you usually get more random viewers over there. Like you the other day. Just people with a recommendation out of the blue. Whereas Twitch has the hardcore community, I want to call them. The ones who've been there since, like, half of them since 2020. The other half since quite a bit longer. Now that I think about it, I think it's probably much more skewed towards the 2020 generation. Gotta keep track. Let's see who chats today. Jubulu and Sarah are both kind of from the 2020 generation. Kind of. Closer. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would necessarily recommend somebody to make a Twitch account in 2024. Kind of part of the reason why I'm also streaming on YouTube, right? Because I recognize the downsides of Twitch. Oh, it's twice the exactly same mistake. But then again, Twitch is still the more homogeneous group viewership for these small communities. Yeah, but Norsk is back every couple of weeks. You know how it is. Excuse me. What I was expecting about YouTube, specifically the audience over there, is the randomness. Like, you just sometimes get children that don't necessarily understand what they're watching or how to behave in public. But that is, again, expected on YouTube. If someone finds you on Twitch, they usually were looking for you, or for the game you are playing. On YouTube it's a little bit more random. There's some fun to be had with some of the YouTube kids, for sure. I think you're one of the few adults who stuck around so far, Mike. Sloppy. And before Mike tells us that he's 11 years old. Okay. I take that. This is very decent for first tree zone. Yeah, it was only like 3 attempts. I think I am still on that pipe C. Sorry about my my throat clearing. Something stuck. Hey, Grimlock. was very early. That was late. Oh, nice. Interesting. How is that still early? Like the initial jump of the middle square felt very late. Split was early, but whatever. So no matter what happens, there's probably going to be a little bit of time loss on this split. I don't care enough for correcting. Do. Using the rest. Easy. Very close. That felt like there would have been time for a sixth shot. Those 5 came out very quickly. Was worse than any of the practice attempts, though. Need Brommen. Excuse me. How is that not a jump? Let's keep up this ratio. A run every 3 attempts. That would be cool. I went really nice and late, so I don't see why I didn't have time for the jump. Disappointing. But I know how I could have avoided it, because I got a good slide, I think. Don't think there was any clipping into the block. So I should have not pressed right. Would have been okay with just jump. The problem is if you do that and get clipped into the wall, then you die. Hello, corn. Also, thank you, Sarah. Yo, every corner boost? Holy. Too slow. I got every freaking corner boost early? The hell? That never happens. I must count these afterwards. This was my corner boost record. That had been even just a half-decent mushroom grab. That could have been very close to 45. You did spell it right. Yeah. Yeah. Is what I'm used to. No corner boosts. Good jelly jumps for once. Big fat 31 pace. Ooh, very good lag reduction. I thought it would have been better. Maybe I waited too long. It's always a combination between waiting on platform and waiting under a branch. Yeah. I think that's what I sometimes don't consider enough. The slow flutter after the slide. I saw cry. Who post tree zone runs? Seems to be a good day. The combination. Short jump I could have dealt with, but then getting the frame perfect super duper stupid jump. I am feeling a lot better, yeah. Didn't feel bad the other day. Just a little weird. Hey, Ali. Can't make a mistake on the moon. It costs too much time. Oh, the thing in the layout, that is not how I played it. I just put a filter on it to make it fit my overall layout nowadays. It had the very same color palette that I'm playing with. Just did some post-processing magic. A run without corner boosts. I did play on some pretty crazy palettes in the past. Arbian also used to do that. Who doesn't remember Zombie Christmas? There is still a command for Diabot, !SGB palette, that randomizes a color palette that I could use to play. Not yet, though. It is going too well, I was about to say. You're playing yourself, Ali? Nice, nice. That late jump of the cloud is laggy, I swear. No, Diabot, don't tell people to stop. Was it for the last run? I don't remember how I did it. I think it was for the entire stream. I don't remember. It's been a while since I used a random one. Oh yes, I do like Donkey Kong Country. I played it when I was 12, 13. Didn't play it afterwards. I think I never came back to it. I didn't have the game myself. It was one of the games that my friend had. But I did enjoy it. I like how particularly Diddy controls in the game. Just have a lot of control in general. Very nice platformer. One of the best controls in any platformer, I want to say. No. Ah, the moon twice, really? Let's make it 666, shall we? Ah, these are some mistakes. By this level. Sadly, I cannot see what level you're pointing at. Not how the streaming thing works. Hey, Metal. I made myself an input display. I spliced my controller wires into an extension. And the extension, oh well, I'm plugging it into an extension, and I spliced the extension cable wires into an Arduino. And that is connected via USB to my PC and a software called RetroSpy is running the Arduino firmware. Oh well, it's running off what the Arduino puts out, and that's what you see in the input display. And I'm having a terrible attempt right here. I think the... Crazy. Like, pretty much the exact tutorial that I followed is on Zoggin's GitHub. Z-O-G-G-I-N-S. That is pretty much what I followed. Pretty easy to do. Also not too expensive. You pay like 20 bucks, if at all, for like a third-party Arduino. Like, it's not an actual Arduino brand. The one I have is from Elegoo. Gotta be able to solder a little bit. Hey, kebab. Is that strange? Think back, how was it on the Game Boy? How many buttons were there on the Game Boy? But yeah, most people who come like from a Super Mario World background, or generally got more imprinted with jump and run games on the Super Nintendo, they usually have run on Y. It doesn't work as well though, if you thumb everything, at least for me. Because then you kind of have to use different segments of your thumb for the two buttons, which is very awkward for me. I like just rotating over. It is much more natural. Ooh. And yeah, you can switch. I could switch it to the other one. This input type has the advantage that you have two shoot buttons, which can come in handy on the Tatanga fight, depending on the technique you're using for mashing. But yeah, the current world record, I think, also has the input type that you would prefer. That's completely whatever, it's just preference what you use. Has no true advantage to anything. Whatever works best. Let's play this level for Ali. Whatever. Good enough. That's the one backup that I'm absolutely ready for every time. Getting the frame perfect bad jump on the spike. That just will happen. Berlin dude. I think you need something to interpret, which is where the microcontroller / Arduino / LEGO comes in. I don't know what a generic USB adapter would or converter would mean. You need something that the displaying software can interpret. I mean, technically that is what a microcontroller is. Thing is, you have to run a certain firmware, which might be specific to like an Arduino chipset. No, that will not work. Completely different pinouts. I mean, if you... No, I don't think that can work. USB is just a completely different standard. No! I shot way too late. I mean, maybe there's something in the cable of such a controller that you could tap into, but I'm out of my comfort zone with giving advice there. I wouldn't think it would work. The Arduino solution is not difficult. It's also not expensive. Like, an extension costs like €5. The knockoff Arduino costs 15 to 20. And that's kind of all you need. There's a lot of good music in the game. Like timeless music. Let's keep going. Don't really like continuing runs with such a bad Tatanga. But let's try. At least for warm-up. Still serves some purpose. Lowish. The entire jump up part was kind of slow and sloppy. Not a glitch. worst kind of mistake here. You can fail that any way possible, but not like that. It's so slow. What do we do with this run? I guess carry it to the witch for data collection purposes. And if she's bad, it's a good reason to reset. I'm not sure how much a sound cue helps me on... maybe it could. But I feel like one-frame tricks are always gonna be 50-50. Or 33-66 rather. One correct frame in the middle, and you're just as likely to hit the two surrounding ones. That's how I see it, at least. But it's something I should probably at least try paying attention to. It doesn't hurt. Because I don't have any visual cue there. Double slow. I basically just jumped by some peripheral visual cue, I guess. I don't have anything specific that I look at, but it's probably the overall picture that my brain reacts to. Admittedly, not a good one. Bling. I need some kills. Where did I lose? Oh, of course. Go for... It seemed more laggy than usual. Alright, what do we have for statistics? Possible. Very likely. Not bad. And that is a reset. Yup. Or is it? Nah, let's keep going. Whatever. Maybe I'm gonna have a freak Turtles. No. No. Nope. Not with those two map mistakes. I think that just saved us a lot of time. That's easy. Not like that. Yo, RLR, exactly as expected. Hey, Mr. Pulse. I'm getting out of the tree zone at a very good rate, so let's make use of that. I'm not sure if I should continue 2-cycle Tatangas at all on a day like this. Probably not. I think I've been out of the tree zone 4 times? Or is it 5 already? I think it's 4. No. It's twice past Tatanga and 3 times reset in Space 1, right? That's going well. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't have to cling to those bad runs. Can just get another bad one. Or better one? Don't know what I was trying to say there. Servo. I don't know if I... No, I think I don't bonk. I don't grab it if I bonk there either. I think the trajectory is just wrong. Wait. There are two things that don't necessarily belong together. Oh, like multiverse as something with a hereditary property or a self-preserving property. And it tracks. I mean, the concept in general is, or the concept of zooming out in those kinds of seemingly organic things is interesting in general. Like, in a way, it's a similar thing as seeing humanity as like a superorganism, which also doesn't necessarily make sense, but you can make it make sense. You just zoom out far enough. Yeah, I've heard of that before. It's more of like science spiritual model, science esoteric model, in my opinion. Because I don't think there's not much currently pointing us towards, like that's just theoretical physics, which is interesting in its own regard. Every parallel universe has its own little cosmic constants, and therefore life has to adhere to those. It's an interesting thought experiment, if nothing else. I do not know much or enough about actual cosmology and particle physics. More an interested reader and percipient of those things. It's very laggy. That was not as bad as I thought it was. I do like those, like, what would I call them? Like abstracting theories? Quite a bit in general? Or just changing the viewpoint? Like with evolution, for example. Life is not... life is just the vector, right? The vector of a molecule. We are all just vehicles for RNA and DNA. Whatever makes the RNA and DNA preserve and persevere and spread is what is life, right? Organisms are just a side product of that mechanism. Could be anything else, but just the most consistent ones. But yeah, if someone asks about the reason or the purpose of life, why is life there? Why do we exist? We are just public transport for some molecules. Why was there a slowdown there? Did not imagine that, did I? Definitely looked slower. Just after jumping. Oh, is this too early again? Please don't tell me it is too early. No, maybe. Weird. That jump trajectory is so deceiving. I mean, procreation in that case is just... It's just the thing that is there. That's the point where like human interpretation comes in, I suppose. What does sense mean? It's just part of the system. It's the system itself. It's just how it is. Something can procreate, so it does. Molecules align according to their physics. So they do. A new route in SML1? You mean the power-up routing? Don't think I've seen anything new. And I have been watching Ape sometimes recently. Didn't see anything new there. That's the thing. Is a goal an actual thing? Is it an objective thing? Or is goal inherently defined by somebody? Because take evolution as an example. There's no goal in evolution. Like if you break it down to this layer now, there's no goal. There's no... That's what some people mix up about evolution, that everything has to get more and more complex, but that's not actually true. The complexity goal only makes sense when getting more complex is actually advantageous. Ah, terrible. I will have to check that out. Right now. Hello, Yusalin? It is about adapting, yeah. Sorry, Ali. I just can't take those things. Does it finally make use of the like wrong warp? Because that is something that people wanted to look into. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Now that is interesting. The video keeps freezing on me. Lower though, isn't it? Let me watch this again. Because you normally play the level at full speed, so... It's interesting, but is it useful? What happens after? Does it skip the cutscene or something? Oh, wait, that's the second part. I just saw it. Wait. I'm watching some discovery in Super Mario Land 1, the tweet that Grimlock posted. What happens in the cutscene? Yeah, it looks like it takes way too long to set up. Freaking Twitter video keeps unpausing and pausing the other one. I cannot watch this properly. Just keeps unpausing, or like pausing the one that I'm watching and playing the other one. Stupid Twitter. The one time it played through for me, does it skip the little princess sequence? No, right? Seemed like it didn't skip anything. I couldn't clearly see it because of stupid Twitter. Yeah, then it's just an interesting thing, but doesn't do anything. Hmm. Cool thing, though, that you actually can get up there. I want to say those jumps out are probably close to frame perfect, if not frame perfect, like out of the gaps. Oh, really, Mr. Pleasant? Hello there. I am actually not surprised that Mug did that before. I don't think a level editor exists for SML1. Never heard of one. Yeah, also, I'm not sure what you mean by perfect path. Right, that was interesting, though. Thanks for sharing that. I had not seen that before. I watched all of Mug's old SML2 videos. Never looked at the SML ones. Oh yeah, Task Studio is just the tassing environment inside of BizHawk. BizHawk is what you want to download. You want access to that. Now, if it's just an old, if it's an old Mug finding, then the news will spread quickly that this might not be worth. But also, I guess I did watch some of the old Mug videos because the wrong warp is in there. It's a death warp that warps you forward. And a death usually loses you 5 or 6 seconds in SML1. It's very quick in most places, because your respawn points are usually quite close. But there's a way to wrong warp forward. Oh, why am I up here? Which can, I think, barely save a second or so. Mug just hasn't been able to recreate it. Or maybe he discovered it on April 1st, and therefore it's never been recreated. I don't know. You never know with Mug. I know that the Tekken and I think Callum as well, or at least looking into it at some point. But I have never heard of anybody being able to recreate the forward, or just generally wrong death warp. Death wrong warp? I think that's what you would call it. I think it was in 2-1 or 2-2, if I remember correctly. What is going on here? I did lose a lot of time on that, yes. Ideally, I can save 0.3 seconds on that level. So that is what I lost. Slow again. Yeah, with jelly mistakes, you at least keep moving forward. You're just slower. But it doesn't look as bad as mistakes where you come to a complete halt. Yeah. It's also why I'm a little bit more forgiving about jelly mistakes. Because they feel bad. They're just as bad a mistake as any other. But they're not as punishing. What are you objecting to, Ali? Yeah, bosses in general melt away if they're faced with a fire flower. Hey, Oscar. Thank you, thank you. I think in the timeline this would play after all of his like Peach-related adventures. So he has raided a couple of kingdoms at this point. Ooh. Didn't mean to do that. Finally confident that this is a good frame. Still not ideal. My favorite zone. Hard to say. I wanna say Mario Zone. Just because I like practicing Mario 1. In terms of like the effective actual speedrun, I should probably say Pumpkin Zone, because it is by far the most consistent outside of the Witch. Yo, Oscar, let's go! Do it! I think it's about time that the 2020 generation comes back. Like, gets more active again. Erako. I do like bugs. Do you have a picture for me? Do you want something live identified? Yay! Ah. That looks pretty in my chatty program. I was not expecting that. Come on, Sarah, you already did like 2 practice streams, I think? I remember something along those lines. Why can I not do Tatanka all of a sudden? What is going on? Let me out! Let me out! The insectian centipede. Let's go. Sounds like a pretty big oversimplification of something. The time is 90 minutes. I can feel my juices running out. Let's try to do something against that. Tactical eating. It's a thing now. I mean, that was your choice. I'm not sure if that is everybody's favorite speedrunning experience. Reddish one. How reddish? Did you take a picture? Three AM is the best time for sleep. Bozo. Let me play proper old man here. I'm shaking my cane at you. What am I eating? This is yogurt. It's one of those like grain yogurts with full grain in it. Wheat. No, probably rye. And the flavor, you can see it now. It's no good color in my hand cam. Flavor is strawberry rhubarb. And hey, Colbert. You have a problem with spiders, Rakor? Let me help you. Just have to face them head on. That's very nice of you that you took it out peacefully. I appreciate that. But yeah, are there pictures? Did I miss that? Also, hey, wait. I'm happy that my worldview had an impact on you, Colbert. Okay, I see. I was a little slow on reading. No pictures. I feel like the best thing you can do, like against an actual phobia, because I recognize it's not that easy. I do understand phobias. But one thing that does help is when you feel safe, so when the spider is captured in the glass, whatever, just take a little bit of time maybe and observe it for just 10 minutes and then put it outside. Just makes you connect a little bit, or like have a better understanding of what the spider does and what it can do, and that it actually can't do much to you. Because it's those primal fears that we have as humans, right? Snake-like things, if you see something wriggle in the dark, you should probably be careful and shy away from it. Taking life lightly is in general a good thing if you can... Now I'm not wanting to turn it around. But one doesn't have to take anything or everything too seriously. That's the word. Most obvious word. Hi, fella. I think most people have to reach some point in their life, like something akin to a breaking point or some realization, where you just shift your priorities in life. I've been there back in 2015. But I'm also privileged. Just in... Whoa! Thank you very much, Oscar. Like living in Central Europe, in a country with a good social system, definitely helps with taking life more easily. Oh, currently not spiders, no. Talking about life and the outlook on life. As always, I am all over the place. So, I want to say, up to 2015, I hadn't really figured out what I, as an individual, really wanted to do with my life. So I was just following the normal path. From, like, I was in a very long relationship until 2012. So during that time, everything just felt predestined in a way. And everything was just flowing in a certain direction. So I didn't really have to think about what I really want with myself. Hey, Jonas. Crazy Oscar. So once that ended, I kind of had to start from scratch with, okay, now that isn't anymore. What now? So then I threw myself into studying, but also couldn't really because of all of the changes that came with the separation. So my head was all over the place. And then I had a lot of alone time and some dark times as well. Like that's when I developed, I would say, a pretty severe depression. Like my state 5 years after that was diagnosed as a medium depressive episode. So back then it was kind of severe, I want to say. I don't want to make it sound fun or light, but it helped me to reconfigure. That's what I mean. Sometimes to different people, those moments can come in different shapes, but you can also kind of, I guess, force it by just sticking to what you truly want. Yeah, the life on tracks is an easy one. I also don't want to judge anybody who does just that, because it's a lot easier in many aspects. But you might always end up like that's what some people then experience as a midlife crisis. They live their life on those tracks, and then suddenly in their 40s or 50s, when they realize, my life, that the rest of my life that I have ahead of me is shorter than what I've already lived. It's usually around those lines. That's when some people have that breaking point and suddenly want to do something else. And for me, it came earlier. And it just made me appreciate life in general a lot more. So I live life a little bit more, like with more open eyes. I want to like take part in things way more than I used to. Want to branch out a little bit more here and there, but also sometimes not really. I'm a lot better. Like I have found happiness for myself. That's what I want to call it. It's a very different lifestyle that I'm living now, but I make do with what I have, and it's not much, but I get used to it. I'm luckily I guess by upbringing, I'm quite frugal. I don't need a lot of like status symbol things. I don't need a car. I don't need a new phone every couple of years. I need the things that I use every day, but not that much else, so I can get by somewhat well. And the last job that I worked was a job that I kind of chose out of... What's the right word here? Pretty much to get out of a dependency situation. That's the right word. Where I just didn't like how it went back then. That was like the 2015, 16 turnaround point. Hey, chicken. So I just had to like bring structure into my life. That's also something that helps me, having structure. Like after the separation, right? Big break, no plan, structure went away, everything went haywire. So I had to get some structure back, and I forced myself into that job. And I did enjoy the job, but I also noticed it's not gonna be the thing that I will want to do for the rest of my life. But that's when I like stabilized my new outlook on life. Thing is, I don't think I can give like blanket advice, because everyone just works completely differently. And it feels kind of cheap if I say, or if I formulate it as easily as try to find happiness. I mean, that can mean so many different things for so many different people. Hey Olivia, thank you. Yeah, I'm also like lucky in terms of that out of that long relationship, there weren't any children. Like the relationship was more than long enough for that. That was 12 years of my life. But I was never the type for having children. So that would complicate things for me specifically. But then again, other people want exactly that in their life. So my recipe definitely only works for people who are similar to me. Oh, I'm always glad if like I don't mind talking about personal things. I usually don't. I do it quite a bit, but like the relation or the depression things is usually something that doesn't really fit most moods, I want to say, on streams. Well, we're having a deep conversation here. Now I'm just trying to share some experience. I mean, I'm probably one of the oldest ones here, so I have that little bit of life experience. And I feel like it's gotten better nowadays, that things like depression, things like just general, like things going wrong in life have been more socially acceptable in all kinds of media. But I still feel like sharing always helps. Like there's nothing bad that comes from this. I feel like someone might not really identify with what I'm saying, but others might. So if there's any net gain, why not? So yeah, like if anybody, that's what I'm always, that's the one thing I kind of want to get across, that like however bad it might seem, as long as you're in a somewhat stable society, like if you don't have to fear for your life, that's a completely different territory that I can't really speak to. But if you live in a somewhat okay society, then life goes on, and it usually gets better. It's the thing that is so hard to convey to people who struggle in the moment, and it sounds so flat, so shallow, but it is my experience. It always gets better. You just have to define goals for you and be somewhat realistic with your definition. Find stability somehow, find structure somehow, even if it's in super small steps. And then, little by little, things get better. Suddenly you have ideas, suddenly you can make plans again. Suddenly you meet other people who share your experiences. And then you have new friends, maybe some old friends, who share the same fate or just want to help you. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Olivia. It's hard to relay that truth, I guess. And let's be honest, by probability, it's not truth for everybody. Like, maybe some people do not have that experience, and maybe for some people, or they don't have the strength, or they are not lucky enough, that they meet the wrong friends maybe, and tumble even further down. Could happen. But as long as you have control over your own life, I feel like you can make something out of it. Just be realistic about how big a step you can make at a time. Long ramble. Sorry. Yeah, the comfort zone thing is something that I feel like almost everybody can relate to. I do too. Like, I barely talk to my neighbors, for example. I know that probably half of them are nice people. In winter, I volunteer for shoveling the snow here, so that's when I meet everybody pretty much every day, and we have the nicest conversations. But outside of winter, we just don't interact with each other, because it's not my normal rhythm of my life, my normal day rhythm. But that's also what I mean, like, the snow shoveling is completely unrelated. It gets me a little bit of money, so I do it for that reason, and the side effect is I meet people who I could just as well meet every day, but simply don't. But it's usually a nice experience. And I think one of the takeaways of this is, how do I want to phrase it, as neutral as possible. Like, everything in life can be practiced. I think that's the thing I want to convey as well, a little bit unrelated to the more mental aspects. This is purely pragmatic. Like, if you feel uncomfortable with something, even concepts like social anxiety, it is just a lack of practice usually. Social anxiety gets really bad if you let it happen, or if it happens over a longer amount of time. Then you have less and less contact with people. You just unlearn and get more afraid of things like that. And I think that applies in general to comfort zone. I feel like social anxiety is always the standard thing I think about when I hear comfort zone. But even like other kind of things just need practice. You can practice pretty much everything in life, and everything becomes easier. Even things that you think are out of your control are usually practicable. My village is popular. We had the question the other day. I actually don't know. I think my guess was 1,000. Also, yeah, Jonas, about health. You can't really do much. Like 3-4 years ago now, my mom suddenly got cancer, and it looked pretty dire pretty quickly. And it just shows you how quickly some things can turn around, and sometimes you have to adapt quickly. My mom is better now. She's doing good again, but it was a rough journey also for my dad, who also, through that experience, kind of readjusted how he looks at life in general. We had some nice like touching points all of a sudden. Phone phobia, yeah, in general, yeah, those kinds of things that. See, I'm very pragmatic, so I wouldn't call it a phobia for me. It's just a distaste in certain procedures that you have to go through to get to certain things in life, and that is something that I struggle with sometimes. If things are overly complicated, bureaucratic, those kinds of things, or if you have to adhere to certain like unpragmatic, more just cultural standards, traditional standards, that's when I like try to stay away from those kinds of things, which sometimes is against my own interests, because then, like for example, when I was struggling so much with depression in 2014-15-ish, I did not apply for any support, for any monetary support, which I could have. I just kept immatriculated into my uni, even though I had kind of lost touch with my professor. My master's thesis could completely forget about it. I started like 3 times, different topics. I couldn't get anywhere because I was so listless at the time. And just because I didn't really feel like fitting into the system, or I didn't feel like it was worth it, or I was worth it, or whatever, I didn't even apply for any money. So the money ran out, actually. It was a pretty dire situation. Like it got so far as that they came to my house, and I couldn't pay the electricity bill anymore. So one day the electricity company comes to the house here and just cuts my electricity altogether. And I'm sitting here in the dark. Everything is off all of a sudden. The fridge is off. I have to get all of the stuff out of the freezer. And I think to myself, why did this have to happen? Why? This could be avoided. That's when you realize very, very quickly that you kind of have to take care of yourself and get out of your comfort zone sometimes to get like some essential things in your life. That was weird. That was a very weird experience to this day. And I don't even know what the like message from that truly is. It's one of those things that just happened at some point. That is, in hindsight, it's kind of funny, but also not really. I don't know what my takeaway message from this is. Maybe you can tell. What should I take away? What should you take away from me telling you that part of the story? Because that was sure interesting. And like in hindsight, like I was already streaming on Twitch during that time. I haven't gone back to my like old Twitch recordings with that in mind, like under what condition I was back then. So that could be interesting to rewatch under that aspect. That is a good point, Oliver. That is how I got definitely forced out of the comfort zone. Because I wanted at least my comfort back. I wasn't feeling well. Please at least give me my internet and my fridge. Give me food. Give me light at night. For my unreasonable sleep schedule. But again, this kind of requires like a functioning society around you, which I am lucky that I live in one. I shouldn't try reading life-related messages while playing the level. Why did I start already? I was still reading messages. I just had to start playing again before starting another tangent, I suppose. And I'm reading those half messages and I feel bad that I don't read them properly. Yeah, sometimes it gets dark, but it will get brighter, yes. That is one way to draw a moral out of my story. Also good, very pragmatic viewpoints, Sleazy. Oh, that's what I didn't think. Oh, I don't think I said that clearly enough. I was so stuck in my daily like little comfort zone cycle that I didn't even apply for any money from the government back then. Oh well, I couldn't technically. There's a little like it's not a loophole. It's like the opposite of a loophole. It's an oversight in the system. It's like a blind spot. When you are a student in Germany, you can apply for something called BAföG, which is basically monetary support for your studies, which you then, after you're done studying, you have a certain amount of time to pay that back, at least half of it, sometimes all of it, depending on how long you take. So that is money support that you have while you're studying. The thing is, only one agency in the German social system can be responsible for you at a time. You cannot be eligible for that education money as well as living money at the same time. Well, I think with the some living money things are a little bit different there, but you are out of the social welfare system, for example. Like if you can't afford housing, then university stocks up the money to an amount that you can afford just like basic housing, maybe in a shared living situation with other students. You can also apply to like the city that you live in, and there's something called Wohngeld, just living expenses pretty much, just for the rent pretty much. Some money on top of that. But I studied two things in my life. I started studying translation back in 2004, and I had 4 semesters in that. And then I switched to biology, and I studied biology for quite a long time. So you can only get that education support for a certain maximum amount of time, and I was past that. But I was still a student, so the other agencies, I couldn't even ask them. They would have told me, yeah, then just stop being a student and you can come to us. But I didn't have a plan yet formulated. I was still, in my head it was still, I have to get this degree, I have to go into academia, I have to keep doing biology at all cost, even though realistically that was already completely out of the window. So I was stuck there, completely stuck. And yeah, kind of in between the system gears. Hey, Serum Fighter. So yeah, that's how you can fall through the social net, the welfare net, even in a country with a really good social system. But I did have the choice to just stop studying. No question about that. I didn't see it as an option. It did eventually resolve in that at that point I ran out of money. I couldn't pay my rent. I couldn't obviously pay my electricity bill. So something had to happen. And at that point I told my parents for the first time, and they helped me out financially. And then, when things were out there, when I wasn't dealing with all of this just by myself, because I had told nobody about my situation, how serious it was. And once that was out, talked a lot with my parents, got support from my parents, both mental and financially. And the university eventually kicked me out. It was later than they should have done. They should have done it earlier. There was no hope, no whatsoever. And that kind of solved that issue. Then I was eligible for different kinds of support, and then I got stability again. Went to therapy, got myself fixed. Then the job thing that brought structure, and that's what stabilized me. And then I understood what I want to do with my life. All right. Rant over, tangent over. That is how I found happiness in life. That doesn't necessarily sound like I did there, but that is what laid the groundwork, pretty much. And it's kind of just sharing the experience. I kind of know how it is, not knowing what to do with your life, being at the bottom, and slowly, very, very slowly, working your way out of that. And now I would say I'm happier than I have ever been before. Still a little bit planless with certain things in my life. Or I don't pursue some things hard enough, I want to say. But at the same time, I still feel okay, so maybe that's just how I am. Maybe I don't need to... I'm definitely not a career type, for example. That is something that I found out somewhat quickly. I cannot deal with authority as well. Oh well, with with illegitimate authority. If somebody thinks they are for some reason higher or better than you just because of their position, then if that happens in a job, I'm not gonna hold back voicing my disagreement with that concept. And that usually leads to some friction and problems. Like you might have noticed in my streams, I sometimes have strong opinions about all kinds of things. And I definitely don't hold back, no matter who is in front of me. Not that I'm like looking for a fight or anything, but if something like objectively doesn't seem to go right, and I feel like I have an idea to make it better, and the answer from the higher ups in your company is, well, we've always done it this way, so we're gonna keep doing it this way, then I have a problem with that. And that usually it just spirals out of control. Or I just experienced it in my case, that things like that just make me not want to work in that particular field anymore then. Yeah. That applies both to academia in Germany, particularly in science in Germany, as well as the job that I had in online retail. Exactly, Squirrel. Sometimes yeah. But the thing is, I'm always I always draw the short stick if I would try to fight it to the end. There's just no way I can win. But for a certain amount of time, you can have fun. The last job that I did not pick up, that was also an interesting story. That was a software development company who did train and schedule and personnel organizing software for the German railroad company, like the big German railroad. State railroad, pretty much. And they outsource their management softwares to local subsidiaries, and it was one of those for this part of East Germany. Doesn't actually matter what they were. The stories or the Hey Flazuki. Oh, thank you. But I know the point that I wanted to make about like disagreeing about certain things in life. I kind of told who was about to be my boss if I had taken up the job, kind of my backstory, because I feel like that's important. Like if you have some things that shaped your personality, like I had, I feel like it's just fair to tell that to people who might rely on you in the future, so they kind of know what's up. So I told him a little bit of my backstory, and I worked there for like a week or so, just test working, looking how it is. And after a week, I just said, probably not. Like it was one of those things where you couldn't really give input. The way it was gonna be forever. And I just told him that after that time, and the advice that he gave me, like he was trying to be like the wise older man, giving life advice to me. And he completely ignored my backstory pretty much, but he still tried to tie into it. And he told me, you know what, you just keep working and get a girlfriend and everything will work out. And I was just like, dude, okay. I just found happiness with being like not responsible for anybody else, with being independent, with being free. That's what you're telling me? And that was just so, how can somebody like be so tone deaf or not read the room properly like that? And that's when I was very, very sure. Like I had already told him, I'm not going to work for you. But then at that point, it was like, okay, I'm making the right decision. This guy just doesn't really get me. So that was funny in hindsight. Shocking in the moment, actually, because it's so shallow, that kind of advice. It is definitely him sharing his own life advice without having gone through any adversaries, I want to say. Like, he had his model of life in mind and just thought, okay, this is the one model that everybody has to follow and everything will work out. Stay on tracks, guys. Stay on the track. So in hindsight, I can appreciate it. He tried to help, but again, he did not read the room or pay attention to anything that I had told him. So also, be careful with the advice that I give you. You might maybe more fall into the category that my not boss would have given you. I think that's what they call like a self-finding phase. You kind of gotta figure out what you actually want, what makes you happy. And I can't blame a lot of people for that, Sleazy. It is the easier path. I do not blame anybody for wanting to have it easy and just swim along. That is where my ego comes in. It's like Squirrel said. Sometimes I just want to fight with people over what is actually right, or what I think is right. I am 41 years old now. Very old. At least for Twitch. I guess some general advice that comes out of this is just have confidence in exploring what you want. You can still stay on the tracks, but at the same time still find out what makes you happy. And at that point, just accept that, or trust that it's not scary to stray from the tread path. And every path comes with problems. That's also one thing you just have to accept. Like, there's no... Unless you win the lottery, there's... Even then, there are problems involved for most people. But that's the thing. Like, whatever you experience, any other path probably also has at least the same amount of problems. Just gotta get through, and everything is gonna get better. Ah! Except for this level. See, this level is my 2015 now. I have to deal with it and adjust and turn it into a good run. This is a terrible, terrible comparison because I'm probably gonna lose this run. Eben... The goop. I had the burnout phase as well. Well, a burnout phase. Guess I had several. But one that I would define as nothing but burned out. Agreed, Goop. But it also means that everybody can be just right enough to find their own happiness. That's the thing. There's no one recipe that works for everybody. But I think I already made that point clear. What I really don't like seeing is people having a completely bleak or negative outlook on life. When I just see life as this ridiculously interesting thing. Oh, not again. Like, no matter what happens, it's still interesting enough for me to just wanting to keep seeing what's gonna happen to the world, to humanity, to progress. Yeah, I shouldn't have said the thing about this run. This one... they just turned down my electricity in this run. Nah, chicken. The motivational speech was so all over the place, though. Can't put that out there like that. This has to be better prepared. But yeah, maybe that's the general takeaway that I do want to put out there. If you have problems, don't be afraid to share them. Everybody has problems in their life, and a lot of people can relate. Even if the problems are completely different. Yeah. And the yeah was to what Goop was saying. You kind of have to, like, separate taking advice from appreciating advice. Like, most people, that's just a general thing I want to get across. Most people don't mean bad, don't mean ill. Most people have good intentions. But that doesn't mean that that is, like, the solution for everything. And that's where age comes in, and experience. That you have the independence to say, yeah, but no thank you. I got my own plans. I see life my way. Thank you, Serum Fighter. I'm trying, but I feel like my influence... It's the thing again, like, I can try giving advice, but I also know it's only gonna be, like, truly fitting for a couple of people. So I wanna make that clear, that part of the advice. Pretty much what Goop just said. Not every advice is for everybody. And I think that's important to realize for the advice giver. That you also have to, like, go towards the people you want to give advice, and maybe even take some feedback back and implement that into your own worldview or something. Yeah, Goop. But also, like, if you're at the point, like, you're closer to my age than the average Twitch viewer, you just reach that point kind of automatically. Especially if you're already having a kid, that's always a big event in your life. That just makes you mature by force. Because suddenly you have to do certain things. It's not a choice anymore. So that automatically makes your opinion on particular issues more valid than somebody... That's kind of the thing, right? You have to balance. How much do I know about this, and how much does someone else know about this and me and the combination of the two? How valuable is this advice? Can I implement some of it, maybe? That's where you really just have to rely on your own experience and what you think you need in your life. It's also like where sometimes just some people don't get that part, and then they take it the wrong way. If you say no to something, it's just something you have to accept as well. That not everybody is going to be on the same page, and that is fine. That is also another like life takeaways. If somebody disagrees with you, okay, then they disagree. You don't have to make them agree. You don't have to agree with them. Look into the disagreement, find out why you disagree. Usually it makes sense at some point. Yeah. I mean, I see that with friends and family. My best friend, I think his daughter is 12 or 13 now. He just has become a very, like, not super different person. That's also not what I mean, but priorities just change. And you notice how people with kids have suddenly way less time for you than they used to. Same with my brother. Not that I, like, seek contact with my brother a lot, but it just doesn't occur naturally. Also because we are, like, living in different cities. But also when just, like, sitting down and having a conversation with people with children, you know what to expect in a conversation. It's gonna be about the children. And it's understandable. Even though I can contribute absolutely nothing. But still, it is what is important for them. And as long as both sides understand those things, like, be it children or anything else, be it a job, be it something completely unrelated, some hobby, some disagreement about some opinion. Yeah, just different priorities for different people. And it's not worth, like, fighting over everything. Definitely not if it's like clearly simply opinion-based. Or if somebody just has a completely different situation from yours, like having children and you don't, or the other way around. Yeah, that's another, like, side of the coin, Jubilu. Some people might think, like, purely think they're not as important anymore. Whereas a parent would welcome a change of pace. this run good enough? I mean, I stay away from pets these days. From getting pets. Don't even ask me about children. It's something that even in the long relationship, I'd never even considered. Or maybe considered like way far in the future. Ah, this run is awful. But, oh, no. But yeah, that's just... that cuts too deep into my independence right now. Shots fired, squirrel. Congratulations on that, Fake Ben. That is something that I think is very hard in today's society. Raising children well. Against all of the factors that are out there that make it difficult. It's what I like experienced from the outside with like my brother's family. Because my brother and his partner, they have a very good like outlook. They have good personalities, I wanna say. And still it's just tricky to raise like an 11, 12-year-old with how media, how social interactions are today. I do not envy them. Ah, yeah, Jonas, that kind of rings true to me as well, but at the same time, they, like, at 11, 12, like when they hit puberty, the interests switch so dramatically that sometimes you just don't have access anymore with what you would want them to do, to consume, those kinds of things, because it doesn't fit their reality. You are responsible for whom you marry, but you... Here's another thing. This is a little less positive take, but I don't even see it as negative. You cannot trust anybody. Trust no one. Or at least don't be surprised if promises are broken, no matter by whom. People have the right to change their opinions and their lives. And if that is to your disadvantage, that's just life, then. That is one of those life lessons. Just as you can change at any point, so can anybody else. No, it's not bitter. That is just a thing that you... I mean it more in the way you should be open for people changing. Just in general. Doesn't even have to be somebody you rely on. But people can make their own decisions, and it's fine. You might not agree with them. But it's still fine. Nobody owes anybody anything. It becomes a little bit more dire if children are involved. If somebody is in the relationship that hasn't made any choices, then you kind of have to scramble. And make, like, oh, definitely have to make compromises then. That's one exception that I would make, because somebody is involved who did not choose the situation at all, who could not choose. I did say trust no one, yeah. I mean that. I mean it in a not negative way. And I mean it in the long run. I don't mean it, like, question everything that everybody says at all times. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying if somebody had said something in the past, don't hold them to it, like 5 years after or whatever time after. Try to understand. And if that happens from like 2 sides at the same time, then there's also probably not a problem. Yeah, Olivia, it's just a part of life. I mean, it's quite the obvious thing to state, right? But I think it just applies in general, and you shouldn't like hold grudges against people who you seem or you feel have wronged you by breaking a promise. There might be a reason. There's always a reason. Might be a bad reason. Then you can be mad at them. Not saying accept everything, but expect everything. Yeah. Why was that such a big bonk? Let me abstract that thought a little bit more. I would say just don't make your own happiness dependent on somebody else. Or on somebody else's promise. Sorry, brainwashed. Don't make your happiness dependent on that one jump. Like, you gotta be happy with yourself. Some people can get happiness out of somebody else or somebody else's happiness, but that's a fickle thing, right? Because if that part breaks away for some reason, what do you have left at that point? Then you start scrambling. So that's definitely one of the like more basic advices that I would give. In general, like that is my relationship advice. Do not seek a relationship to get stability. It's probably gonna be a burden on your partner at that point. Can work out, yeah, but it's probably not a good, like, general thing to do. First happiness, then personal stability, then relational stability. You know the words. No, see that I'm not. You're. Maybe I phrased it poorly. I don't mean to relay, like, have second thoughts at all times, or like that's it doesn't work like on an everyday basis like that. But be open for things to change. Like, relationships are always going to be about a certain amount of compromises, and you should just stay true to yourself to some extent at least, and accept that compromises also belong to the relationship. I'm terrible at relationship advice, so this is all very like personal experience based, and again the way I find stability. But I think it's a generally applicable starting point that if you feel bad about your life, if you feel like something is missing, something is wrong, it's probably not the best idea to like bring that baggage into a relationship and like try to fill that hole by force. That's more the takeaway point from that angle. About the not trusting anybody, that's really a more long-term idea that goes beyond the oh, they just said they're gonna have dinner with me tomorrow. No, they don't. Something must be up. That's not what I mean. It's what Olivia said earlier. Just as some friendships can just grow apart over time. Whereas, while you were best friends, like during school days or whenever, you would have never expected that to happen. It's the same for all kinds of relationships. And my point there is just be open for that to happen. Like, don't take it against anybody that you were betrayed or something. That is what I mean. Don't infer something negative out of something that might have just happened naturally. Kind of two different points that I'm arguing here at the same time, but that is the like trust no one part. Just wanted to make that clear what I mean there. I phrase it like that to create a reaction. I don't necessarily mean it that literally. What I mean was what I described. Poor son. He has phases. Also, I'm very sorry if I'm missing anything serious in chat. I'm gonna go back after the stream and read something that has been said. Just when I'm rambling, I'm usually bad at following the wider conversation if it's like more than one or two people. So if I'm not responding to anything in particular, I will probably still read it afterwards and be able to refer back to it in the future. Because that's what I notice sometimes. When the topics get a little bit more serious, I kind of feel bad if I'm missing some of the more personal things. And I don't want anybody to feel like they're being ignored or something. Just me being bad. Keeping track. And sometimes just being bad at doing anything at the same time. Like speedruns. I'm currently in something like a startup phase myself. Because of how I am as a person, like with the authority problems and strong opinions. It just wouldn't really work out if I just took a regular job. like an employment. So I'm just gonna do whatever is fun to me for maybe a ridiculously low amount of money. But we'll see what the German welfare system says to my plans. They've been kind of okay with it so far. Like, the streaming is actually part of it. Like, it's a tiny bit of income. All you can hope for with a little Game Boy speedrun. I'm not trying to turn this into a career or anything, but money is money. And if I can tell the officials that, here, look, I'm getting some money with what I'm doing, it's a good starting point. And then I do have some programming projects that also could generate some money, maybe, but also not necessarily. So can't put all of my eggs in one basket anyway. So that is how I and startups are somewhat related. But it's not going to be any big project. It's more like going to be many small ones, which kind of fits my personality a little bit better. Ooh. There was a knot in my cable. Not the knot. Yeah, did you know that you can sub for free with Amazon Prime? Nah, that is never gonna be how my stream will be. No matter if they're gonna stand in front of my door and trying to turn off the electricity again, which will not happen. I think I have very realistic expectations of what I can do and can get out of that. Because I'm not gonna play... Jesus Christ. Thank you, Fake Ben. Aggressive. What was I about to say? Yeah, even with Twitch, I mean, you notice it. I'm not like playing the advertisement game. I'm definitely never gonna do any sponsorships. I don't believe in advertisement in the first place. I don't believe it's a working system. Sure, there's money in it, but I don't believe that it's good money. So that's an avenue that I will never go down. Like, even with some of my programming projects, some of them, one big one, not gonna make it super public yet. But that one could involve, like, putting advertisement on a website. But I'm just not gonna do it. Because I don't believe in the system. I don't believe it's a good system, so I'm not gonna use it. But yeah, I'm responsible for myself. I realize that. Oh, suddenly the run is back. I very briefly thought about monetizing something Dearbot adjacent, but I don't think that would work for me. Like, I don't want to make general chatbots. That's not the thing for me. Good lag manip. Ah! I knew that right away, that I had done that completely wrong. Welp. Now that is sad. Tanga! That should be my washout when I get an albatross. That was almost perfect, Serum Fighter. If I get the same kill like 3 frames later, when Tatanga is higher up on the screen, then that will be quite a bit faster because he will despawn at ceiling. But that one is very risky to go for. The way I go for it, I can at least go or get the like regular fast kill if the very fast one fails. With the other one, I would freeze Tatanga for 2.5 seconds. Wait, no, for 4 seconds. Couldn't math for a second. So it's the best outcome possible with the setup that I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how well I could use the coin audio cues there. Just because of how much earlier they end. I will occasionally still practice the top kill setup. Maybe I get to a point in consistency where I think it's justified to go for it. But currently I don't see that happening yet. It's just very, very tight, and even then, like even if you could like set it up kind of as perfectly as humanly possible, I think it would still be a coin flip. As in a coin flip between losing 4 seconds and gaining 3. It's a big coin flip. 9 minutes into the run. Perfect pipes. And fast swimming. I couldn't tell my swim speed in the actual swimming room. Wasn't so sure about that. Looks like it wasn't the greatest. Hey, Mo. Bling. That coin is that coin is for Mo. With a duck. That was interesting. I don't think I wanted to press down there. Yes. You can keep it. Bonk. Absent, but that one is Queen's coin. Today. He's not here to claim it though, so... Can always change. See how it is. Come on, witch. Hey, Kamul. Immo is living. No. Second RLR today. Now I'm unlucky. Watch him say it. I have been unlucky. There he is. Not really true. I coded the judgment for that poorly. Very one-sidedly. I didn't catch any recent weekend streams. Has there been Dark Souls, Kamul? Have you been on the all bosses grind still? It's been a while since I caught one of your streams. Slow. Madness. Soul level 1. I saw somebody play that. Who was that? I saw it in a title somewhere. Was that you? Could have been you. I started using Chatty again. Oh, again. Oh, I keep missing the shell thingy. So in Chatty I see in hindsight what was happening. Ooh. I knew it was wrong. I still went with the regular setup. This is not going great. At all. Ah, 14. I'm so far behind. Jesus. That was bad. There is, however, a minuscule chance to still get a PB here. That initial swim speed did not help my cause. Didn't feel confident to fix it more quickly. Yeah. barely possible. Oh, Dragon's Dogma 2. I just saw that now. Up. There it goes. There. I wanted to go for the super jump and didn't even get to that part. Ah! Why? Why like this? I wanted to go all out anyway, so the risk of failure was there. Just wanted it to fail later than that. Yeah. Oh, come on. Got the way. Anybody here? Can I ask somebody for the way? You were there, sir, with a spiky beard. Where do I have to go? Oh, sir, up here. Where's the path to the PB, please? Nobody knows the way. Ah. Let's do one more. What time? Yeah, one more. All good. I lost the way. Yeah, that is cruel and rude, Squirrel. It is my favorite level. It just becomes a problem when I start the level and feel like, okay, what am I gonna do here? Do I risk it? Yeah, I should. And then suddenly it starts. And then I have to log in. The problem with those levels with two options. There's reason for the world to lose Mario. But yes, the answer that Electman gave is the proper one. Hey, task guy. Basically, there is little chance that there is a faster overworld route than the one that we have. Just the way that the power-ups work out. Bonk bonk. Good night, Imo. Thanks for the short hang. Oh, did he take the coin with him? I think he did. Oh well. Ah, too early. By a frame. Very thorough and correct explanation, Jonas. Thank you. Let's ignore that I just messed up the map there. That surely did not happen. Yeah, this part here is crucial. Grabbing this fire flower. It's not super hard to do, but it's also not immediately obvious that this is an option. Just makes this boss fight a lot quicker. Bosses stun longer in general after getting stomped on the head. That is another factor. Even though it might be less like individual hits, like 3 stumps versus 6 shots, the stun time is still lower with the shots. Yellow, pink, and all kinds of colors. Is there a pun hidden that I don't see, Sleazy? I mean, I'm aware that carrots in the wild are very different from domesticated, hybridized, humanly planted carrots. And a natural rabbit would probably not encounter such carrots. But I'm not sure where you're taking this. The parrots and the bees. I wouldn't go as far as saying bunnies IRL don't like carrots. They certainly eat them. I will agree that they will probably go for the green of the carrots first. They're not gonna say nay to the carrot itself, if they get used to them. I didn't do any research on this. But by having neighbors who used to have little bunny rabbits, I can definitely confirm that carrots are at least eaten, if presented. Yeah, bunny rabbits in particular eat pretty much everything. They eat the wooden encasing they live in. I mean, eating is a broad term here. Like most rodents, they just like chewing on things to use up their teeth. Because having indefinitely growing teeth can become a problem. You don't use them. Oh, die! Man! Could he please die any faster? That was 5 shots again. 1 away. And then nothing good. Man. These Tatanga fights. All over the place. Yeah? Dentists rejoice at that fact. We are doing one more. Filling all of the pipes. Ah! That was a wall clip into a quick drop. Just unlucky. Oh wait, what am I doing? Why are we playing music in this level? No, but there are pretty tough carrots out there as well. And the cigars, I'm telling you. Try chewing on cigars. No, don't. Out of all of the bad advice that I've given today, that was the worst. Boost into bonk. Was also not a very smart jump at the end there. I actually lost time to that. Who in the world is Jerome Tract? He's dear bot. Nothing? No explanation? Just Jerome Tract? Yeah, you don't have to convince me, Sleazy. Eh. Humans are weird. Ah, that is Jerome. Thank you. Who is Jerome, actually? I want to know. Oh, I mean, depending on how long ago that was, I should have known that. Maybe. Wait, are you saying you don't believe Dearbot? What? It must mean that he cycled through more than one country, right? I am an international cyclist by that definition. I have cycled in Germany, surprise, surprise, in the Netherlands, in part of France, and in Greece. That's a lot of cycled countries, Jonas. Very good. That is bigger than my cycling collection. Jerome Tract. So it is the Jerome. Nobody of us knew. Only Diabot. Going back to the earlier discussion, that's one thing that I found happiness in that I wasn't really expecting. It's nonsense. I love nonsense. I want to share nonsense with the world. That is what truly makes me happy. Like it has to be a mix between a little bit of light education and a lot of nonsense for entertainment. I know, right? Wait, what, Sleazy? To quote a dear anime character, shocking truth. Who knows who said that? Maybe Oscar, if he's still here, might know. Not Chopper. Maybe Chopper also. No, but it's like a very characteristic line. A certain anime character. It's not a super well-known one, but it's also not completely unknown. I wonder if it even could or would come up if you asked Google for that. I feel like it would. I'm curious now. He's clearly a raccoon, Ben. What are you even saying? Not a deer character. It's an anime character. General. It's a girl. All memorable anime characters are girls, right? Shocking truth. I don't remember what she says in Japanese. Not coming up. Sad. It's Chaika, Coffin Princess. Chaika, there she is. Right, let me get this level properly. Extra late jump to make sure I make it onto this. Hey, we even get a perfect execution out of this. Very cool. I'm not saying Chaika is a masterpiece, but Chaika in those certain scenes is comedy gold. Who is Johnson? Exclamation mark, who is Johnson? Ah, it's on my list. I put it pretty high on my list because it comes from somebody whom's taste I cannot judge yet. Don't get buried under a Johnson, I suppose. Or do get buried under a Johnson. I think this is an applicable topic for life advice. Any old YouTube cat videos enjoyers? Oh, Long Johnson. Wah, 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 wah. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's what we have. Let's make the best of it. Keyboard cat, also a good one. No MVD. I'm gonna do that on the witch. Now that you've said that, let's stomp the witch 3 times. No matter how much time that loses. Well, there is no witch down there. Do I go again? I mean, the pipe says 0. Looks like there's room for more. I mean, washed up, washed down, apparently. Washed thoroughly in whatever that liquid is. Ah, I didn't know those safety strats, MVD. It's been too long. I've been getting out of the tree zone. Like, whenever I wasn't rambling for an hour straight, I have been getting out of the tree zone very consistently. It's Mario after all, Pink. That's what he does. Nah. Ah, 3 mistakes. That is too much. Symmetry, at least. We have achieved symmetry. Almost. Not really. Kind of. Also 0 life split crashes so far. I don't think we've made it through an entire stream without crashes. I remember saying it late in a stream once and then it crashed. Now that could be an interesting counter. Unironically. ATC. Aren't you glad that I fell into the spiky water on my last visit to the macro zone? Uh, 5 hours plus 1.5 hours. 5 hours at night, and then I took a nap. Yeah, after, or I guess during which, I had a very weird dream. I usually dream very weirdly. I was back in my parents' house, but my... Like, I don't know what that... I don't think dreams are trying to tell people anything, but I do think that, well, I know that your everyday influences sometimes reoccur in your dreams, right? At least that's how it is for me. But for me they are usually scrambled around incomprehensibly and sometimes unrecognizably, so nothing makes sense. So I am in my like living situation right now, but it is in my parents' house, and I have this music playing on my PC really, really loudly, which was actually a looping YouTube video that I actually had on. I always like those things where something is directly integrated from your environment into the ongoing dream. And I was trying to turn off that music by... I was in my room, but I could only turn down the music by climbing into the room through my window from the outside. But I wasn't allowed to climb the ladder. And my dad was mowing the lawn outside, and I had to sneak around my dad so he didn't notice that I took the ladder from the back of the house to the front of the house and slowly climbed towards my window. And then I found out that my mom had entered my room while I was outside. But she didn't care about the music whatsoever. Instead, she was cleaning my room for some reason. I was like, stop touching my stuff. No, just stop. So I climbed down the ladder again, back into my room. Everything was nice and clean. And the music was playing, and I couldn't get the music off. That is when I woke up and realized, hey, this music is actually playing in my room. No point to the dream at all. But I had a laugh, I had a giggle. It was impossible in the dream to turn down or just lower the music by any amount of volume, which makes perfect sense. Now that I know where the music came from. Like, that's not even convoluted, I want to say. That is just like my brain putting me in a familiar place just from a different time. And using this external influence to fill the dream with some weird context. I sometimes have dreams that... like, this is something that I don't know if everybody experiences that, but sometimes I have dreams that... or very often I have dreams that last for several days in the dream. And when I wake up, it feels like I have lived through several days, which tends to mess with like my perception of time when I wake up. I have had a dream before that lasted weeks as well, like perceived weeks, where I seem to have memory of so and so many days. And it just throws me off sometimes. There's an interesting like horror story by Junji Ito called Long Dream, which deals with this phenomenon to the extreme. But yeah, it is a thing. I do experience it to some extent. It's obviously, as dreams are probably just a collection of still images and context just derived from that. But yeah, when I wake up, it feels like, okay, there are memories. I can recount what happened on this day, on that day, on that day. And it's just weird. It's very confusing. It's an interesting phenomenon. Jesus Christ, MVD. I actually shave every single day. Shave my face clean, and then I just dream about living half a year without shaving. Sometimes my mom comes into my room and shaves off the beard for me. Now that I've said those things, I will probably just include them in some of my dreams. It's usually the small random things like that. No, Mom, don't shave me, I'm on the ladder. Dad must not know. I'm on the ladder. Ah! Of course it can't go right. Man. I spawned the dude wrong. Ah! Jubilu will be proud. How nicely high I spawned the dude. Hmm. Voluntary zone. I think this has to be the one. I'm actually losing it. By the way, L-Star Apple. Mentioned the other day. Yesterday, I think. Not Magpie Apple. I have, and it kind of worked, but I also think lucid dreaming is just being awake. It's a different state. Or maybe the version I experienced was just not what other people describe as lucid dreaming. Like, if my mind is awake, I consider myself awake. But yeah, I could do things in my dream that I normally wouldn't be able to do. I could control where the story was going. All of those things. Was perfectly in control. And I had bodily autonomy in the dream, but not myself, right? My mind was awake, my body was not really. But still, when I got bored, I could just say, okay, now open your eyes and stand up. And that worked. So I was just awake. Pretty much started as a dream, then I gained control. But at the same time, is that still dreaming at that point? I only have rough towels. This is one rough towel, right here. It's not soft, it's nice and exfoliating. I mean, I've done some lucid dreaming adjacent things as well that carried over. Like where I built memory in a dream that I then pertained after waking up and could put into practice for speedrunning. I was practicing a certain trick in Super Metroid one evening on stream. Couldn't do it at all, not a single time. Then I dreamed about like continuing to practice it, and in the dream it ended up working. Next day I tried it, it worked. Never failed again. I mean, it never failed. It never went away, I should put it that way. That is how I learned Alcatraz Escape in Super Metroid. Oh well, what a run. Ah, pressed the wrong button. What about a strike with a towel? Ah, I messed up everything. Ah, do we go again? We go again. You know what, we go again. That run was so all over the place. And I'm not tired yet. And I still have like an 8, maybe a 10th of my Elster apple. The towel is just not dry or dried. It's air dried and like infrequently used for doing this for 5 days or so now. That's all the factors that go into this towel right now. And it has been tumble washed and air dried for the last... What's my best estimate here? 40 years? Because this is a hand-me-down towel from my ex's grandparents. Maybe I can find a date on it. Don't forget to bring a towel. No, we're not gonna advertise any kind of smoking here. Oh yeah, the dream outcome. That is exactly what Pink summarized. I'd already forgotten about it. Dang it, Twitch. I mean, dang it, you, for not using an ad blocker. Bonk. Yeah, those vaping oils, supposedly, or like... Of course they can. They can be much smaller size than you would think. And then they build this nice little layer in your alveoli. Oil in my lungs. Love it. Ooh, why was that so laggy? Oh, it's still. Apparently we did not despawn the guy. Interesting. I must have held it diagonal instead of down. Self-cleaning, yeah. I don't think only nicotine. Like, nicotine is more for your vessels, for your blood vessels. It's not the big carcinogenous part, right? It's more the soot in the smoke. And that is there in cannabis as well, if you burn it and inhale it. All kinds of bad things. Just don't inhale things, just in general. Nothing good comes from inhaling things that don't belong there. Whoops. Whoops. No. Double whoops. It's not the right level. That's the safe approach, MVD. I appreciate that. Finally somebody with principles. Inhaling chamomile, that's probably something bad in there as well. Like, again, if you're talking huge amounts, then we're on the same topic as vaping again, because what you smell of chamomile is usually etheric oils. So if you inhale very, very big amounts, then you're also coating yourself in oil from the inside. It's just like, don't eat 8,000 cherry stones. You're gonna die of cyanide poisoning. You eat 8,000 cherry stones. It's a different number, but you get the point. Also, don't eat too many slugs. Some slugs also contain cyanide. Or some, like, metabolic middle products in a cyanide chain. Oh, nice Jubilee. Congrats. How do you handle it? Like, do you have some surrogate that you're doing instead? Like when you feel the need? Something to take your mind off it? Yeah, stay away from the slugs. Crack cocaine. He's cutting himself. No! In the pit. A typo. A PJ can't style to you as well. Excusez-moi. Typo, since you are here, does the plan or offer for tomorrow still stand? Geoguessering? Maybe I should just read the Discord. Anytime, that sounds perfect. I understood. It's alright. I can read small numbers. Ah! I did not mean to touch you. Particularly not on a good run. Really? Is that the first time today that I failed that? I feel like it was. Why are you running in a rainforest? What about all of the roots and the what are they called again? The vines. Okay, apple is gone. No more excuses for more runs. Excuses. I bet nobody forced you to run. Hello, Take. Thank you. Those are ridiculous numbers. I don't have the local humidity off the top of my head here, but I don't think it often gets above 70, I want to say. It's not a number that I am usually aware of. Come on now. I'm getting good levels. Let's just get an entire tree zone. I mean, it has been raining a little bit here recently. That is rare. At least on a scope looking back to the last couple of years. And live split crashed. Let's go. Yeah, this year is a lot more rainy, a lot rainier than the last couple of years, at least here. There was one summer where I think it rained not at all here. Maybe like once or twice, or I missed it. But yeah, parts of Germany have quite big problems right now with heavy rain. Not to the east, luckily. Yeah, West Germany had it rough, over the last couple of years, with heavy rains. Hey, bitte. I think that's the one that I'm remembering, Fake Ben. There was this one summer when it also got up to 40 degrees. Which I still have a... I was on the bike that day. I had to go to the city. Cycling at 40 degrees is not fun. Ah, failure. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, if you cannot cool down your body from the, driving wind, there's a word for this that I can't think of right now. then you're in trouble. You're just gonna overheat. Is this the one? I'm okay with this one. I would take this. Something just made a noise to my right. I have no idea what it was. Something fell. Don't know what that could have been. Huh? Hello? Oh, good enough. Last one. For real. So I'm gonna be super safe in Space 1. I'm also not a person well versed in weather phenomena. Sounds like some sort of a convection effect, I had to guess. Did I just slow down there again? I had thought I had stopped doing that. Extra safe jump. Well, a good jump though. Let's go. Just wanna not get another 2-cycle. That is my only wish for this run. It can die in Macro 1 again, for all I care, but please no more 2-cycle. Jonas is correct yet again. Like no 2-cycle and also none of those super shitty 1-cycles that are slower than any regular 2-cycle. Because I cannot hit the man on the head. Blop. More rank while I can. Okay. Fingers feel good. I just cannot do it today. Ah, okay. Why though? Why does he not get hit? So good on the shooting, just cannot do the stomping part. And that was entirely fixed yesterday. It's not even a real systemic thing. It's just one day yes, one day not at all. Come back tomorrow. Are you kidding me? What was that? Not funny, typo. You should know better. Anonymous is one of those pretty old nonsense YouTube channels. A lot of nonsensical, like I think it's Team Fortress, had the animation software part thingy creator. I can recommend the video, what's it called? Happy Birthday something? On the Anonymous YouTube channel. Or if that works on a run like this. Why wouldn't it? Birthday Boy, yes, that's the one. True classic. Bird's Friend. I've probably seen most of them. This goes back to 2011, 2012. No, 2012, I think. '11 might be too early. Ah, so many mistakes. What he said. 40? Really? In my memory, I related to COD Power's Twitch channel. The first time I saw Birthday Boy. And I did start watching him. Maybe it was just... I mean, obviously, the date says it. And it was just... not the first year I was watching him. He had that as a little break reel playing, or he had a break reel with all kinds of silly videos playing. A good video reel. Well, this run is very over. Yeah. Oh well. That was an interesting stream today. Thank you for the video. Beautiful. Waiting for the Diplodocus. There he is. What a video. Yep. I have a special kind of appreciation for that. That 2 people. No. They're streaming Wario Land. And have their game set on SML2. What is this? No, wait. It is SML2. Which tricked me with wrong thumbnails. Are they racing? What are they doing? Or are they playing individually? No, this guy is playing Wario Land. Mayo Rabbit is playing SML2. No garlic for sure. .raid. Mayo Rabbit. Tomorrow is my day off. The weekend is not my day off. So I will be back on Saturday. Usual time, maybe a little bit earlier, but it tends to get a little later these days for no particular reason. So, thank you for watching today. I hope you forget all of the nonsense that I told you today. Have a good one. Ba 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 ba.